Hello, everybody. Happy Friday night. It is time to dip back yet again into Silksong and continue on our journey. And I'll go ahead and start saying, hey, Will, welcome in, and no need to worry. I fully understand. It is always a pleasure to have you in the audience, and if you can't make it, you can't make it, and that's all there is to it. The only thing I will say is I don't know how interested you are in watching playthroughs of Silksong in general. Starting with Silksong, I'm going to start putting up the VODs on a YouTube channel so that I don't have to worry about them. You know, all my old VODs are, of course, like gone and disappeared. But now they'll start being preserved for longer. I can put them into like playlists and stuff like that, so that if anybody ever wants to go back to watch them, they will have that option available to them. But regardless, welcome in tonight. Hope you're having a good one. I do have the channel set up. I have put up the first VOD, which is my tutorial analysis for Wushang Fallen Feathers that I did, I don't know, a few weeks back. I do not have a socials command yet. I probably should. I actually now have stuff that I could like feasibly put on there. It is that. There we go. All right. So the first thing we're doing tonight is we're going to try find this boss here again. We're going to give him 5 attempts. Oh, awesome. Oh no, you gotta be kidding me. And oh, damn it. Wait, you can do it again? God. There we go. I shouldn't have done that. Oh. Dang it. Oof, that was close. No. Oh my god. I'll be honest, I was not expecting to win. What's this, though? Bound the crest of beast. Tear foes with savage slashes. Bind to enter a wild fury and steal life from prey. To change crest. Oh, so is this going to be like a different ability from my normal, like, heal? That's cool. Okay, but the question's going to be, do I still heal? I do not. Okay. Oh, I do. Oh, I heal by attacking? Is that it? Hold on. Attacking, Silk. Where's... Oh, that's... Ugh. Yeah, steal life from prey. Okay, that I don't... I don't really care for, though, that you're, like, severely limited. Oh, that's... Ugh. That's... I guess it's fine because I can... No! Oh. I should have menued out. I lost. God damn it. I need to get to a bench immediately. I'm switching this out so fast. It doesn't even seem to be stronger. I actually actively dislike this power. Hell yeah. I'm trying to remember what... That's one that I've been thinking about getting, Nauseum. I am a little kind of worried about Nea just because of the I've started to sour on mislikes a bit. Because I mean, Emily, this is mostly a problem with the cyan ones, which is that they tend to be like presented or done as vehicles for like I want to tell a story through a game, and then like the puzzles are not very good. Which does not mean the puzzles can't be good. I think Quern is pretty good overall. I do have some gripes with it, but like it is definitely one of the better mislikes. And I'm looking forward to, what is it, Dimhaven? Is that what their upcoming one is? But when you tell me like, hey, we're really trying to like go for yeah, and that's the problem. Like Riven, I'll be honest, I streamed Riven, and my final take from it is that if I was not streaming it such that I could then like you know, hang out with chat to do stuff, and in particular have people who are kind of like, you know, playing along with me of like, oh, what if you did this? What if you did this? What about this thing? I would have hated Riven, like with a burning passion. And so like, which is not like, I think the reason I hated it fundamentally was that there was just so much wandering around of like, what do I do next? But you can still make that good. I don't think the problem was like that design is fundamentally bad. Okay, you know what? I will probably take that as a sign to skip it then. I'm glad I was like, I was thinking about trying it, and I had it on my like to buy list. But I was, like I said, I was very uncertain about whether I should actually get it or not. So I'm going to take that as a sign to not touch it. I need to do this. So that, I believe, I used the marker for double jump. So let's go over to the left. Dang it. Nope. Well, I don't know if... Whoa. Oh, I could have got there a much easier way. Okay, just keep going. Oh yeah, I've been so excited since they announced that release date. is a dead end. And it's been so interesting to see its kind of differences. There's definitely a lot of stuff I've got gripes with, but like, you know what, that is something that's so cool. I remember I'm trying to what the game was, but another puzzle game that I streamed like ages ago. It feels like, but the dev showed up in my stream just because it was like, hey, yep, this game is new, and want to like show support to people who are playing it. I think it's so nice when they do that. Sweet. All right. Okay. I think I've noticed something valuable. Which is that you can tell what your angle is going to be by looking at your nail. That gives me a lot to go off of for how to do that. Oh yeah, that's like one of the things that it's so rare nowadays to see those FMV games that I mean it's not, there are a decent number of games that are trying to like redo that aesthetic because there's a handful of games I know of that are like just pure FMV games. Oh. I hope you're like getting kind of like really valuable stuff for that kind of helps you with your project. What is the thing that kind of prevents you from getting into JRPGs? This feels like a new area. You know, I very much understand that. There are several things I could think of about the gameplay being like one aspect of JRPG, RPGs pretty generally, but definitely like the kind of, JRPG aesthetic is that they are very repetitive, and not just repetitive, but like you're often doing pretty literally the same thing over and over and over again. Now that can be, of course, like cathartic, or like the individual parts can be engaging, or you can do things to make it engaging, but that there are definitely ways in which you can experience it that are just like, it does not like get your brain going in any way, and if that's what you want, which admittedly is puzzle games, that's what puzzle games are, is like, this is like really making me like work with stuff, yep, like formulate combat, but yeah, the FF7 remakes are can be very like, okay, attack to, do your basic attack to build up your action meter, and then you spend your action meter on like spells or items, and then rinse and repeat. You can do stuff, you can strategize within it, but how you engage and the way the game like kind of pushes you to engage, there's different pathways, and some of them are pretty dull. Like they look flashy, but like you're just pressing buttons, which is a weird way to frame it, because obviously that's what like video games at a fundamental level are. But it there's a way in which I think a good way to put it is that fun in a video game is when you are not thinking about the fact that you're just pressing buttons. And so if a game can't like get you to not think of that, that's where it's kind of like either the game has failed, or it is a fundamental disconnect between the player and the game, such that you should not engage with it. The fact that oh man, it's been so long since I played. I think it was Phantasy Star 2. But I cannot remember it. Let me read this real quick so I can. In the air, the water everywhere, inside their shells, twisted inside, guts. Tightest around heart, pulsing rhythm, sick, alive, dead, something worse. Deeper, must look deeper. Okay, and this, I think I need a wall climb. Which is separate from the double jump that I think I also need. So let's put a wall climb here, because I know I need that, and a wall climb there. Hello. That's definitely a thing. I mean, it is so weird the lengths that people will sometimes go to like get like a good time or a high score or whatever it may be, even when it's illegitimate. Whoa. Oh, hello. Well, I guess that's a silver lining, yeah. Like, to be fair, if you catch someone, like, what are they really going to do? I guess they can argue, but Oh yeah, that's also very much a like. Again, it is still tied to that kind of like, oh, this is like, because you know there's a status that's fundamentally tied to you know, being a top runner. Dang it. And so, especially the younger you are, the more likely you are to get kind of caught up in that. So that's a little more forgivable, especially if they then like come back and say like, okay, I'm actually not going to do this again. But yeah, there's a certain point where you should know better. Oh. Oof. Oh. Come on. The fact that I'm clearly doing damage means that he must have health. But I'm very curious. There we go. Back to actually modding. B-shard. Oh, just shell shards. My field, I think that was the only chair you found. I run through disqualified. It's an older version. Some people weren't aware it caused issues with certain animations. Oh. That's one of those like weird little foibles. Okay, simple key. I always find it kind of interesting the like way different categories handle version differences. Because I'm used to a lot of categories doing like splitting the runs. Oh, there's something over there. So that so that like certain categories. I mean, I guess it doesn't make much sense. To do like a version category, like an old version versus new version category or something like that, because it's like, well, why maybe would you even bother to run the other version? Use a mechanical pencil? Like, did they have to use a mechanical pencil because they didn't have a stylus, or was the pencil just, like, better? Just didn't have one. That's such an interesting, well, okay. Oh yeah, hey Luvet. We got a float ability near the end of last night's stream. And we can use that float ability to there are air currents that we can then ride up. Yeah, let's go ahead and buy that hunt marker. Hat trick run for would hat trick be 1, 2, and 3 together, like back to back? That's the only thing I could think of for a hat trick. Although I don't know why it would specifically be a hat trick, because obviously there's 5 games. So is there anything? Let's go back through here. It's an unskippable cutscene ribbon that's longer than the missed speed run. Oh. That's... you know, so a hat trick in of itself comes from, I believe, hockey. And I'm trying to remember what the actual thing is. I want to say it's scoring 3 goals. Okay, 3 goals, same player, so I was right. Hey, that means you can... If I ever have any hockey questions, you'll be able to help me out, Will. Is there anything up here? No. Ooh, that would have been so cool. It's a shame, but... Actually, I'm curious. Has anybody ever done that run at a GDQ? Because that... I mean, admittedly, that would be a pretty short... Well, no, because you're doing a... Technically, you're doing a Riven speed run. Which I would assume is a fair deal longer, but the joke bit is that you do a miss speed run as part of it. So because I was thinking like, oh, it's only a couple minutes, but they surely wouldn't want to run that's that short. But no, if it's going to be a decent bit longer, that would work fine. So anyway, Will, No, the game does not start you with a map immediately. Like with Hollow Knight, you have to get a map. This NPC here sells them, although admittedly you encounter her over here. So you have to go, I think it was, yeah, you have to go like, you get here, you go to the right here, and then you kind of climb up. I think you climb up this hallway here, and then you go left, and then you encounter her. So it's probably roughly equivalent to when you would get the map in the first game. Although it's a little more... Sorry about that, Lufit. Oh, nice. I need to go watch the Blueprints run. I'm very curious how that speedrun works. Okay. I also need to... Hang on. I think I need to sit at a bench real quick. Oh, it took I mean... That's a... I know that the runners for GDQ, like, give estimates that are, you know, give them some wiggle room because things don't always go as planned. The run messes up for various reasons because obviously you're under pressure. But that's like a huge like margin for error. Okay, so I think for that I need a double jump. So I think I want to go to Deep Docks. I am curious why the estimate ended up being that. Like... No, you got here or you left before I unlocked it last night, Lubit. But it was also one that I had to fight in order to actually unlock the fast travel station. Simple padlock. Okay, so I need a simple key. I need a simple key here, and I'm pretty sure I needed one over here. I think it was over here. It was not the bells. Literally, I got to here. This is the insignia for those stations. And that kind of worm-like beast is kind of caught up in some string, and you use an ability to free it, and then you have to fight it, and then you can ride around. So that's blocked. I guess let's go back to Farfields. I think I would guess because it's angry, because you've said you've seen bits and pieces of Hollow Knight before, and in that game the stag talks, but in this game that worm does not, it does not talk to you, so you don't get to know what its like motivations are or anything. Okay, that seems to be possibly also wall climb. It could be. Oh. Okay. Dang it. I don't think there's anything there, though. I think I already explored up there. There we go. Nope, I didn't. Good thing I decided to check anyway. Oh, maybe not. I think this is actually like a dead end. Okay, well at least I got some... Oh! Good thing I decided to check, attack that wall. Oh, yeah. There you are. Keep climbing up, and let's go left. Yep. It works pretty well. I am so glad. I think, again, this was after you left for the night, but I have I found an item that let me, with these those three kind of empty slots, it let me choose which one to open up, and they correspond to the different types. Oh, damn it. I did not mean to press that button. Oh well, I'll be fine. What? let's keep going left. Because of that. Dang it. I'm trying to remember what. Dang it. There's a simple key I can buy back at the village, but I think it's pretty expensive. I think it's like 5. There's something at the village that's 500. I think it's the key. Ooh, bench over here. Oh, hello again. Don't despair, pilgrim friend. Lift your sight and raise your voice. Have no fear, pilgrim true. Believing is a happy choice. Hoy there. Aren't these fields marvelous? And above us are the bountiful moors, where every pilgrim can fill their belly. These hot fields are a wonder indeed, but hunters prowl the long grass. Playing your instrument will only alert them to your presence. Well then, alert them I shall, for where many gather, great songs are sung. This poor traveler finds her resolve waning. When I first greeted her, her voice was so hoarse I scarcely heard it. 'Tis no cause for worry, though, my song will lift her from her torpor. Join your voice with mine, Red Maiden, and together we shall rouse our fellow pilgrim. Oh, you're not doing too well. Oh, I guess there's a bench in here. With the one that's weary. So I feel like that could be the one. So I don't know if you remember back in the village, there was in that fast travel station with all the bells, there was that one bug that was hiding. Because they were like, oh, it's so nice and quiet in here. And so, of course, once I got the bell beast to fast travel and went back to the village, they were scared off because they, it was no longer very quiet. So I'm trying to remember if that might be the same one. So come to rest your weary body. Your climb is agonizing, and even the devout must mind their limits.
That's fine.
I'm pressed to find any without firm claw upon a weapon that could ascend so far. Indeed, we're lucky to have made it here, luckier than many others, or perhaps the difference between the lucky and the unlucky is merely faith. Now, while we rest, shall I make trade? If you have rosaries, I'll take them gladly. No. Add some pockets so I can carry more tools. That's... Ooh. Forget that. And I want, well... Is that all I really get? Is these 3 charms? Because that's the issue, is like... This is one of the things I was a little concerned about looking at the menu. Is that, I'm thinking back to Hollow Knight, and like there were, I think 40, I want to say 40, maybe it was 45 charms, all told, that did a wide variety of different things. So, some increase your magic, some increase your nail strength and stuff like that. So they are built in a way that you can do like a wide variety of different things. And you're always, playing within limits, but there's like a lot of different possible builds. Here, I'm only seeing space for 9 different, let's call them charms. 6 different charms, really. Plus 3 tools is what these red things are, which are kind of like side weapons, and then 3 spells. We'll call these spells, and then we have the choice to like. I mean, that's plausible. I'm not sure that's the case because they've been working on this game for so long. I think it's kind of a design choice because there's so this thing here that we got, I think just before you arrived, is like these crests are like when I use my healing right now, I'm using the Hunter crest. It was not in development hell. That we actually know. The reason they took so long apparently is that they were having just so much fun making stuff that they just kind of never wanted to stop. But these crests here are basically like, this is what happens when you press your B button to use your power. So this one, heals me for 3 masks. This one, like, presumably ups my attack power and lets me get lifesteal for a limited time, though. But in return, it changes some of my moveset, which is why I really disliked it. It also means I have less I can kind of work with for the charms, which are pretty dang useful. And Lubit, one of the things they talked about is not that I'm a monster, but that there is something special about hornets, and that's why she gets kidnapped. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You're gonna make me pay rosaries every time? Okay, trying to... So I can't go... I mean, it probably does help fund them. Oh, I didn't read this. Pilgrim, you who have held tight to faith and been carried far, this station should offer brief rest to those devout. I mean, I'm sure it helps fund the guy, but I need those funds too. There's definitely something up there. Let's mark that as potential double jump. Oh, dang it. Could I pogo off of what? Yeah, no worries. Oh, the one I used to open, even if I could not get nearly as high as that ledge. go. No, because float would only like slow my fall, but it wouldn't get me higher. Now, one possibility is that there might be a way to do like a I didn't need that. To get the vents in that room to go all the way to the top of that zone. I'm not sure that will work, but it's plausible. Although, if that's... Whoops. Dang it. Oh, that, I should have guessed that's what it was. Hold on, I'll go back and sit at the bench. Yep, that was the answer. Okay, so let's go ahead and real quick remove this. Dang it. And that's going to free that up. Let's not engage with you. No! Leave me alone, please. Yeah, that'll be okay. Getting back there won't be an actual problem. So, yeah, I should go left first, because that probably is going to have a... Oh. Huh. That's basically a bank. Stuff over here? Yep. Exactly. That's the precise idea. Hollow Knight, the first one had an actual bank. Although it's a very interesting mechanic because you actually, in order to use it as a bank, you had to kind of only use it. Yes, it is very much like Sekiro, with the sen and the money pouches. What was I trying to say? Yeah, in Hollow Knight 1, there was a bank, but you had to basically not use it as a bank too much. Or else the banker would basically go and steal your money. Because the banker is actually greedy, is the bank is a front. Well met, traveler looking for a drink or a rest or both. Fair greetings, good bug. The warmth of your heart is welcome upon these wet plains. Yep, it's a damp climb through these parts. Used to be just pilgrims trekking my way, but odd times these are, and you ain't even the strangest shell wandering about. A rowdy old warrior stopped through not long back, caused quite a scene, and now a young lass has taken up lodging in my top room. The lass mentioned she's on the lookout for for sharp types like yourself. Maybe pay her a visit if you haven't already. Sweet surprise for new. You are adult, yes, fully grown, ready to hunt? Certainly I am no child, young one. Perfect then. New must ask a wish. For her, you would seek Farloom's most fabulous bugs and cut them. Cut them with your blade. Cut them with your mature spirit. Cut them with your savage adult heart. Would you help, New? Could you take her scroll and fill its pages with the learning of your cuts? Ah, here's our hunter's journal. You make New so happy. Hunt down the creatures of this land and record them in this scroll. Learning about land's inhabitants is a worthwhile undertaking. Perhaps you are more grown than you realize, New. Such delicious praise will make New shrivel. Go now, hunt and pray, and begin our learning. So the question is, okay, it already has the ones I've completed. Interesting. What was that? Okay, let's go ahead and unlock the fast travel station. Gonna cost us a lot. And I would like to go back to Bone Bottom and see if there are any new quests. There probably aren't, but... Oh, there are. A life-saving bridge. Okay. Donate. And volatile beetles. Flint wheels awoken in the marrow. And you have a map. No, you have nothing more to trade. I gotta find you out in the wilds. Okay, so let's go back to the marrow. And we're looking for what? For volatile flint beetles. Wait. Stone sheddings and their aromatic dung. Like this. This is actually pretty neat. Oh! Okie doke. I forgot. Okay, it's not going to be there because that's Moss Homes. That's a different zone. Where, oh, where is our next one? Aha! Uh-oh. Close. All right, that's 2 of 3. And let's go back down. Let's go right. Okay, so that's a dead end. Let's go to the bottom. Oh. So that looks like it needs a wall climb, so let's put that there. And then I can't get up there. Get up here though, and here's where our last one's going to be. Oh. This needs a wall climb. That's probably how I get over, oops, to that top portion. Dang it. Oh, I need to do this again. That. Ah, there you are. And that's the last one. And now I'm going to try... Oh, wait. I last sat at the benched over in the village, didn't I? Yes. Alright, got a memory locket. Show completed. 8 repairs. Building of a bridge. I wonder where the bridge is. Okay, so I guess we went that, and 120, 240, 300. So at present I have 439 rosary beads, which where's my there's a vendor over here. Quickest way to him is gonna be deep docks, it looks like. But he's selling another tool, which are my side weapons. And I think I'd like another one. I'm not a fan of this like wire trap. Hold on. Yeah, no, I want to keep going this way. And we go up. And we keep going up. And then, okay, go right and then go up. It's over here. And then this way. So I need 260. Okay. Does that mean... Okay, so we will have more. All right. I have spent all my money, but now I don't need to go back to them. Let's see. I'm gonna go... Huh. That's interesting. I was debating going back here anyway, because I wanted to get the kills for these enemies, because these are for completing the journal. That's it there. Ooh, that was close. Wish I had. I don't want to put my simple key mark down for a non-simple key thing. Oh, that's interesting. I figured that the magic would work for that. Can I? There we go. And that should be that. Does the bridge get repaired again? It does not. So I paid to fix it and then I broke it again. Alright, so let's go back to Greymore. Thought that felt suspicious. That's not a creepy enemy at all. Another memory locket. Oh, cool. Ow. Dang it. That's fine. It's not gonna be a big deal to get back there. I was hoping that it would not. There we go. Okay. I was hoping that it would turn around and do the little screen rather than just immediately start going again. Okie doke. This is where I was just a minute ago. Okay, so left. Hold on, let's... because there were some platforms leading up. Litany of the worker. May we catch the dregs and never tire. May we clean the dregs and never hunger. May we spool the dregs and never falter. That's it. Okay. Dang it. Okay. Huh. Oh, before I... crest, and let's put... Not that. Nice. So the question is, if I go over rather than under, does that lead me to the same place? I really am not out that many beads. Here. Huh. Nope, not that way. Oh, hello. So this, I feel like... Ah. So those guys are interesting that they can go up and down platforms. What else? Let's go ahead and heal. I feel like at the bottom of this, yep, is that. And is that the boss I was just facing? That, yeah. No, cool. Dang it. Oh, that was close. There we go. So I got real lucky there. At the end, I mean, I probably would have been fine because I didn't take any further hits. But I healed, and I have a charm that basically, if I try to heal and I get hit during that period, I get knocked out of my heal, but I don't take damage. But I do lose my thread, so I can't. I have to like regain it to be able to heal again. Oh, hang on. Haunted Bell Hearts. So I was fortunate because I was knocked. Apparently, your shield lasts just a little bit after you actually heal. So I got hit, but I still had my protection, and I got my heal at the same time. We'll insert our rosaries to unlock our fast travel. But I don't think we're going to use it right now. Aha. But there is something down here. Oh, hello. What do you want, slave? Slave? I'm a traveler, stranger, not a slave. Exactly what a slave would say. Begone. Well, you bother me again? Begone, I said. Ask only if you know what has happened to the bugs above us. They hang trapped in a vast snare of thread. Hardly surprising. That there's the final fate for all in Farloom. Just come seeking a little sooner for them above. Surely, oh surely, you don't imagine your own end will be different. All that hunger and fear and pride filling your fragile heart, you too are bound to end ensnared. Begone. In Farloom, only a fool believes themselves free. Well, I'll speak to you again. You want to cut them down? Yes, you look cruel enough. Once the strings are cut, pain will return to them. They will remember fear and longing. What a choice you make for them. Such power you grant yourself. Waste no more words on a slave. Begone. Interesting. Wait, back up, and up, and up. There. Pilgrim, the summit welcomes all who step the holy path. May you ease your shell within, that your strength renewed can carry you higher. Huh. Rosary ring. Let's see. No. I really, really want to find something that will upgrade the power of my spells. I know that there's something that at least upgrades the power of my tools. And that would also be pretty cool. There's nothing there. Dang it. Ah. All right, back this way. Wasn't too much trouble to get back there. Then I'll need to go around. Go ahead. Since I have an explicit quest to complete the journal, I'm now like more inclined to actually stop to do it as opposed to just like, oh, I'll go back and do it later kind of thing. Come on. There we go. Left, and then up, and then... Ah, the false wall. Where is this? Oh, map. Needle Child, Hawk. I encountered a settlement near here at the core of a vein of old bells. The bugs there were snared silent and on a web of silk. It seemed the pernicious trap of some unseen predator. I left quickly, making sure to avoid the glimmering threads. I passed the town myself. The thread sickness, I've seen its like upon the roads, but there it does not discriminate. The curse that strikes the town, it is driven, focused. A cold use of silk at a concerning scale. If the path permits, I will investigate its source. Get that, and then we'll buy the map for Shellwood as well. You purchased the last time mapping stock. Bye. I should have healed. Up, and then heal. Long pin. Oh, I have a sense of what that probably is. Although actually, if it is what I think it is, then it's a blue, it's a red. Oh, it is not what I thought it was. I had been figuring it was going to be a upgrade to like the length of my nails slash, but I guess not. I'll go ahead and heal. fall apart. Oh, dang it. If I gone right instead of left. Ah. There we go. Sure, like to get 60 now. Let's try to get some more mass. There's so many upgrades I'd love to get right now. Huh. Oh. Feels like there should be something there. Let's menu out and go back. I wonder, because again, I'm really hitting them. So am I doing damage? Do they actually have a life bar? I mean, it's not really doing anything. So I'm gonna go with no. Ooh, hang on. I'm probably gonna need more. I picked up a dead bugs. Retain some roast. Never mind. Welcome to here. Call out through the company. That is actually true. It is welcoming. How to search for your master? It's a difficult task to track anything in these caverns while the worms ceaselessly churn the rock. Still, I can see my master has traveled here. Her path within this land winds strangely. I wonder at her intent. It is no matter, though. She can enlighten me when again we meet. Until then, I will continue in her shadow. Yep. I figured. Okay, no more maps. Bye. Okay, I've got to get access to a, oh, dang it. Wall climb here, I feel like. Oh. There we go. I finally got one at least. Oh. Huh. Is that it? No. Oh, I know you. Oh, but I can't get up there. So I actually don't want to be going through the wormways right now. That can't be it, though. Maybe because the idea is like I'll get like a double jump or something that will give me access to. Speaking of, I guess we'll go there because I don't have a map for that. That's... looks like I'll need wall climb. Okay. We can go up here. And we just go left. What's this? Pilgrim, spare a song for those who lay here silent. By strength abandoned, they fell before the final ascent. Ow. Okay. Let's go up. Oh. I think that's the final flea that I need to find. Well, it would have said... No, there's one more that I need to find. It would have said wish updated if that was the last one, so... Alright, I just need one more mass piece, which I could theoretically buy. I knew it. Why is it always 2 hits? I don't think I... Oh no, I do have enough. I wonder if like one thing's I'll have to do, because I really want that found mass shard. I really want a key, that key that sold the shop, and like, am I going to have to grind? Let's do a check and see if there are any wishes here. Not. Yep, 300. I had 800 to buy both of those.
You're not
There, okay. So let's go to Bellheart and because that's supposed to be our kind of hard progress. I guess not. Hold on. What about over here to the right? Nope, not that either. So I guess we need to go through Shellwood. Do I get to the left? There's a door. Huh. That room looks suspicious. No. Dang it. I didn't. Sister Splinter. Oh. No, damn it. I was trying to do that. Let's go through all this and try again. Although this is actually not the way. Let's take this real quick. I can't afford it. What's that? Huh. That's a suspicious room. No. One of the things I have been insanely annoyed about with this game is so much stuff taking 2 masks worth of damage. Back in the first game, that was a pretty uncommon occurrence, all told. I had to go back to the bench. I'm not going to lose the stuff I had. So, trying to think back to HK1, their back in Fog Canyon was probably the first enemy you would encounter that would take 2 masks. You had these big jellyfish that were actually pretty easy to contend with because of the fact that all you had to do was just not bother them, really. Then in trying to think of where you would first encounter them, but at some point you would encounter these kind of like little dive bombing kind of bat-like creatures. They were actually generally pretty easy to contend with. One, because you basically could know when to expect them. They had a very shrill little squeak when they were around, and they had a very loud and shrill squeak when they were like about to launch. So you never really got that surprised by them. Then you had the false champion I can think of as a boss that would take deal 2 masks worth of damage with a good number of his hits, although importantly not everything. So if you got hit by his mace, you take 2 masks. But if he could launch shockwaves sometimes, and those would do 1. And also when he slammed the ground, it would cause little balls to drop, which those would also do 1. And then just touching him would do 1. He also showed up reasonably late into the game. Like he was sort of a mid-late game boss. And then probably the one that did the most consistent ow. Was sorry, I'm obviously trying to concentrate on this. There we go. Was Radiance, who with all of their attacks did 2 massive damage. But Radiance was the final boss of the game. And so the reason that's all like really important is that by the time you're reaching your stuff that's like consistently doing 2 masks, you're pretty far into the game. And you have a decent number of things that you have more health is the way to put it. And I've been getting increasingly frustrated by the fact that there's so much stuff now that's consistently doing 2 mass worth of damage. But we're not like gaining health at a like rapid pace. Now, you could say, and I, was talking about this with a friend earlier today, that like, well, that's because you now heal 3. The reason I don't think that ends up working out is that with the original Hollow Knight, in order to heal, it was minimum 3 attacks. That gives you like enough to heal 1 mask. And so in order to heal 3 masks, you need to deal 9 hits, which is what fills up your gauge. But now, in order to heal at all, you need to deal 9 hits. So I would say that what you end up having the problem with is it's not actually equivalent. Like, the math all technically checks out, but it's not actually the same, because you're still having to, get the hits in so that you can heal, and then find the space to heal, and so on and so forth. And we're not... One of the problems I especially had with it this early into the game is like, your equivalent bosses doing 1 mass of damage means that you have, not counting heals, 4 mistakes that you can make, which is not a lot. But, you can learn and adapt and then get better, and then you can use gaps, but, when an enemy's not attacking or when you stun them, to heal, which gets you mistakes back. When enemies are doing 2, or bosses are doing 2 masks worth of damage, and you start out with 5, you have 2 mistakes. And because you heal 3, you lose 2 mistakes, you go up to 4, you only actually get 1 mistake back. Because if they do 2, you get hit once, you get hit again, you're dead. So the math kind of ends up being not in your favor in that sense. And that's where it's like, you could explain it in terms of like, okay, it's to make it more difficult. You could explain it in terms of like, it's, this scene's cool, or however, but I don't think this is like well thought out. I think the way, because one way I'm thinking about it is like, I've got a friend who is trying to play through Hollow Knight right now. He is struggling, and if he were to try and play this, it would be even worse. Like every pattern he's learned, everything like that. The fact that he's like had these mistakes that he can make with having 5 and then 6, and I think he's still only up to 6 masks right now. He may be up to 7, but like with those kinds of mistakes, offered to him, like, imagine now he has half as many mistakes that he can make, and he's frustrated now. That would be even worse. It is just not good for anyone other than like either your hardcore, like I'm gonna like just keep doing this until I learn. Your get good people, which is, it's a mentality in like player and also like game design, insofar as we can say it's part of game design, that I loathe and have been like trying to kind of talk about and explain like why this is bad from just so many perspectives for a long time now. And the other people who are going to like it are like the people who are already experts, and it's like, cool, great, but like, why can't we be thinking about people who Silksong may be their first game, or even if they played Hollow Knight first, maybe they were only okay at it, but they still want to try out Silksong. Like, it feels like the design in some way is not for those people, and like, I guess you could, it's like, it's for someone like me, but also I don't like that outcome as a result. Because like, I used to speedrun Hollow Knight. I think if I didn't speedrun Hollow Knight, I think if I had kind of left like where I had left off, which was still a number of playthroughs, but like 4 or 5 times being in the game, I think if I were coming in here with just that experience, I would be struggling way more than I am now. And I don't like that possibility. So I don't know, I'm like getting increasingly frustrated just because yeah, I think especially like, I think you can definitely make that argument for Hollow Knight, like the first game, but this game in particular should have a difficulty setting. And I'm curious. I don't recall seeing it, but I'm going to go through the options to check, because maybe there is. Maybe there's a difficulty setting. Sweet, there's my wall climb. I could definitely... Let me just check. Yeah, there's not. Like, I definitely would agree. There's, I'm thinking about, like, certain players of, like, one of the things with the original Hollow Knight is that because you have very few spaces, especially as you get further into the game, where you can effectively heal. And you have, of course, like a hard limit to how much damage you can take. Because like it's not exactly equivalent to like Dark Souls, where drinking your Estus flask, refills a good chunk of your health, and you can usually find the spot in the fray to like take a quick chug, and it'll get you, like 2-3, mistakes kind of back before you then need to do it again. Hollow Knight just its pace is more like it's hard to like put to words. Like I feel it's like a little more frenetic, and because for one, you except for like late in the game, you don't get like iframes to abuse. You get that your shade cloak near the end of the game, but that's kind of it. And even then, it's something that has to recharge. So you have to like keep a kind of like effectively a mental like note of like, now I have access to it again and I can use it. Your kind of key, one of the key things, and this is like one of the things I'm kind of like interested in to see in Silksong. There's one spell in particular that you can essentially abuse, which gives you iframes, but it is something that is never told to you in game, and so you as a player just kind of have to like learn that that's a possibility. And it's, I don't know, I find it neat. I've never been a huge fan of like secret tech in games, but like I can respect it, and it does eventually make the game. It makes some of the challenges of the game like way more palatable. But nevertheless, it's I'm just every time I like encounter an enemy and it does two mass worth of damage, and it's like, great, that's 40% of my health right there. I'm just like constantly like feel like I'm kind of walking on eggshells with this game. What do we got here? We got another one of those polyp hearts. I wonder if the moss druid is going to want those. Dang it. Dang it. Hey, there's 5. Dang it. I was hoping I could dash. One heal. Of course. Okay, let's go ahead and break this then. Cool. Hold on. Is there... Oh, okay. Let's go ahead and heal. Dang it. Let's go left first. I want to try going back to that moss druid. Huh. Rosary string. I have a lot of things I can do. Okay, let's go. Let's go back to the village. And, new mission? Yep. A skull tyrant, largest of the Marrows, less than bony predators, prowls the caves above the Great Pass. Slay the beast and keep us all safe. Okay. Let's see, further right. Should be up here. No, I need to go further to the right. I think it's here, though. I think it's... There we go. Look, look, so many fleas have joined the caravan. What a miracle. Hey, Omaha, no worries. So many fleas have joined the caravan. What a miracle. We cannot thank you enough for honoring our humble wish. There are so many fleas for us to be united with, though, and we've rested long enough. The caravan must head higher. Oh, stranger, how missed me. I introduced myself earlier without ever asking your own name. Forgive me, please. What shall we call you? You may call me Hornet, Flea Master. Know that I, like you, am glad to see your fellow fleas safe with your caravan. These are dangerous lands to travel alone. I still have a long journey ahead of me. If I come across any more fleas, I will assist where I am able. That's incredible. What beautiful thing for me to hear. Dear friend, Miss Hornet, our caravan must be away now toward the wide moor high above. Would you travel with us as our honored guest? Sure. Any preparations be off. So is this going to be a secondary fast travel? The journey here was long, but we didn't lose a single flea. I'm told it's good luck to bring a guest along with while traveling, so we must have you to thank. I trust the trip was agreeable for you, a pleasure perhaps, nestled in with our dear little ones. They certainly make for energetic travel companions. I've not often had opportunity to socialize with such spirited sorts. Splendid, and now you must go and see Grishkin, sitting there by the bubbling cauldron. After a long travel, we drink to revive our spirits. Dodeshna, Miss Hornet, is it? Welcome to our new camp. The traveling is done, and so we drink. Is no better way to revive spirit than to drink the famous flea brew. Have just finished the batch, bubbling and warm. You are a friend, finder of lost little fleas. Here, take a bottle of flea brew with you. We'll keep you warm while you travel. I'm always brewing here, so have no fear to drink plenty and return whenever you are wanting more. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Meant to do that. Map UI, it's the same as Hollow Knight, which in terms of the actual interacting with the map in general is fine. In terms of the markers, I'm disappointed. I'm going to go back to the village. Oh, I see what that is. I had thought that was that charm I just put on. I thought that was like if you take an attack that would do 2 hearts of damage, 2 massive damage, you would be only take 1, but it looks like it's actually a like extra mask. This looks to be a sequel. It's hard to tell 100% for certain because there's nothing that's like referencing the first game that I've seen so far. Hang on. Here. Oh yeah, the art's still just absolutely fantastic. And the music's great as well. Okay. So let's get rid of that. Let's see. Oh. Where else would I want to go? Hold on, let's look at that quest again. Oh, hang on. Before I do that, actually... go pay a visit to the Moss Druid because my theory is that she wants those dang it. What were they called? Oh. No, I probably can reach it, but I'm just going to go around. Oak. The mossberries, you still hunt them, little you? My wish was granted, but clear now that more are needed. More. Bring more mossberries here. Oh. Yes. Ooh, 50. Okay. So if I find more, I get 50 a pop. That's a pretty good trade. All right. Hunt a skull tyrant of the marrow. Okay. That seems so strange, the falling rocks there. Right, I forgot. That's dead end. Where, oh where might that tyrant be? Could be over here. Because it could unlock now that I've got... Ha! Oh. Now that I've got the wall jump. Interesting. First one of those I've encountered. That's gotta be the Skull Tyrants. There we go. Crown fragment, which was my proof of having defeated the thing. What's that? Yeah, that was the spool of thread. Let's Let's look over to the left. And that opens the door. Can menu out. I think we can menu out. Where's this put me now? Yeah. There. Okay. So we turn that in. I get a heavy rosary necklace. 220. 220 is a good number. Okay. So I could spend that for the simple key. I'm gonna hold off. I'd really like to hold on to those kinds of things as long as I can, so I can spend them in like an actual emergency. So let's go to the docks. And I want to go up and left. And hang on. I'll go left here. Up here, and this should let me climb up with my wall jump. And that lets me get over there with a... Oh. Okay, that's... Okay, mass shard. Excellent. So I don't need to spend 300 to get one right now. Okay, let's get rid of this. Then let's go... I think I want to go right. Yep, just straight right. And okay, so over here. Oh, dang it. Climb up here. That's pretty sure that's just where I was. Ooh. Dang it. Oh, that was close. I think that's just the way back down. Yay! 112. So that looks to be everything there. Let's go ahead and heal while we're at it. And can I climb? No, I guess I can't. Yep, that opens that, which leads me around, and then I can go to that other climbable path over here. What the? That... This is very reminiscent of Bloodborne. Okay, this is reminiscent of something else now. Okay. Indolence. Hang on. Oh, okay. I get the feeling I really shouldn't be, like, trying to fight these guys. Oh, hello again. Look a little stuck there. What a pity. We meet again, little thief. Are you familiar with this place? If we ally our efforts, our escape could be made that much easier. Oh ho, you jesting? There ain't no allies in prison. You can just throw yourself against the walls in there. Well, I go sniffing for goodies. I guess you missed. I encountered an enemy who captured me and took me to a prison. And in that prison, they took all my stuff. Okay, key of the indolence. Heretic. Indolence. Okay, I shouldn't be surprised about that in the slightest. I can't get up there. bench. Okay. There we go. Key of Heretic. Alright, now I can, like, safely explore this place, too. Apostate. Nothing suspicious there. Indolent. They don't give me any rosary beads. Annoying. Oh, I can't climb up there. Okay. These guys give me rosary beads. Yes, okay. That's annoying. The game unequipped all my stuff. I believe there was a bench here, so get that, that, that. There we go. I really wish there's so many games that do that. Like they'll they'll like unequip your stuff and then like you get it back and then it messes with all of your settings. And I wish they would not do that. Like I think I think it should be like a rule where if you're going to do that to the player, you have to return them to the state that they were at, because I think that's what a player would kind of expect to be the case. There's something in here. want to go back through here. I should. I am actually getting cold. Okay, so the thing okay, I can be out long enough to lose my mask. I think I get more time than without my cloak. But it's important to note that it's not infinite. Dang it. Let's hope I wouldn't get hit by that. And there appears to be nothing else there. So you missed it, Omaha. I was complaining about this earlier. The answer is not everything, but a lot of things. And it does start pretty early into the game. Like, I'm trying to think of like exactly which enemy, but like it's not too far along that you start encountering enemies that will take 2 masks of damage. Yep. Oh, okay. Huh. Yeah, I was talking to Max about it earlier today, and like, their initial thought had been it was like a way to indicate like call it like diegetic, was like, oh, this enemy is big, so it should hit harder kind of thing. But given what the more I'm seeing of it, it's like I think it is more of a like we're just making stuff tougher, and that was it. Oh, finally. Huh. For instance, that took 2 mass, didn't it? There's something up there. What's this one? Apostate. Dang it. I should have recognized by the dead body. Okay, we got a bench. Mount Fay. Oh, okay. That's how that works. Okay, what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Let's go back to Deep Docks. I can get rid of that. I can get rid of this. Pilgrim's Rest. Show. Let's go to Bellheart. Let's go to Bone Bottom first. Oh, cool. What about? I want to buy a simple key. No items, okay. I shouldn't be surprised. And then... So where's my other... Oh, it's down Deep Docks. Okay, let's go back there. Dang it. Further down. Oh, okay. Dang it. Oh my god. That's a big blast. Cool. Channel is called Guard the Leaf, and he follows and comments on different reports around the impacts of Canadian boycott efforts on various areas in the U.S. Huh. Yeah. Yep. I should not have just stood there. Okay, if you want to just hang out in the fire, go right ahead. Dang it. There we go. Huh. Flint slate. Super 8 Neil's blade, imbuing each slash with flame. Oh. That might be an interesting one to use. Oh. Recommended blast from someone. He looked at the game and it looked like it was being review bombed pretty hard because the devs seemed to be neglecting the game to the point of. What? I'm trying to think of like. Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what they could be referring to. Because, like, in terms of neglecting the game, I'm not sure what that would mean. Like, the game, to my knowledge, runs fine. I don't know of anybody who has, like, problems. If there were, it'd have to be, like, extremely recent. And it's certainly not the case that, like, that it's a game that, like, the developer hasn't poured, like, tons of effort into. Yeah, can you, like, do a check right now on the Steam page and see what you pull up? think I know this. Yep. Okay, so that brings me over to there. I go further to the right. Further to the right. Can't go on those. Huh. Yeah, I think the problem is like without seeing the thing itself, I would have like no way of knowing. I need to see the reviews first so I could like get a sense of what they were talking about. And there were patches and DLCs. Not only were there DLCs, there were free DLCs. Let's do Shellwood? Yeah, let's do Shellwood. The only other thing I can think of is that, like, maybe the people who were leaving the reviews, well, one, I mean, they can't just be trolls, like, at the end of the day. But one possibility is that, like, somebody could make a game and call it whatever they want, and then, you know, essentially trade on the name of something better, and then when that game turns out to be bad, they try and search for it and they end up accidentally getting like the wrong game. hold on. I'm curious. I want to see if I can find anything about it. Let's see if there's any review bombing news. No. Yeah, everything I'm finding is like years old. And nothing about like review bombs. Like I'm looking on Metacritic right now, and like the latest review I see is one from, July 2025, and it's just like it doesn't run on Steam Deck, which like, okay. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I'm just so hard pressed to think about like what that could possibly be. Like I'm just so inclined to think like this was a handful of trolls or something like that, because it just genuinely does not make sense. These sands mark the edge of Farmley's territory. I was brought to this land through the caverns beyond. Something in this king's heights still hungers for me. Were I to flee now, I would again be pursued. Until I find the source of hunger and slay, I will not be free. Hold on. Can I... I'm curious. No. That's interesting to find. That seems to indicate that you're... I'm sensing like an escape sequence. Pilgrim, accept the judgment of the rise beyond, that all who stand at Farmley's holy crest prove pure of will and want. Sure, why not? Okay. Yeah, that's the problem. It's like if you were looking at a different game, like there'd be no way of knowing. Oh, that was... Memory lockets. Whoa. Child building Nilo. Have you seen Trace, my master, nearby? I feel she has been here recently. I cannot say for certain, Chakra, though if she travels seeking skilled opponents, these steps would serve her well. The warriors watching over them are formidable. True, impressive guardians they are, fighting defensively and loath to leave their stations. They swing their weapons with a cold brutality that should not be underestimated. That... There we go. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Oh. It's not actually expecting that. Okay. Back to it. Okay, fast travel station. Let's go ahead and do the bench too. Uh, 140 total. Let's go right. Of course. Just gotta go back to the bench. No. I swear these guys are worse than primal aspids. No, I don't want to face both of them at once. Oh. Hey there. The grand gate to the Citadel stands before us. We are so close. So mighty ones beyond the gate, we beg you, open the way and let we poor insignificant little pilgrims crawl into the light. I see no gatekeepers to heed your plea, pilgrim, though I too seek entry to the Citadel. Have you heard of a means to open this gateway? Ah, weapons blunt it not, no holes for keys. 'Tis the bells, they say, the holy bells upon the path that open the way. I've asked several such bells, pilgrim. I know how to see them woken. Tell me what you know of their locations. I shall seek those that still remain silent. Sister, this is a mighty service you willingly perform. What a marvelous gift you would grant to your fellows. Eagerly, I shall tell you the shrines and locations as we have heard them spoken. Okay. So I assume they mean the big bells that I've encountered a handful of here and there. Is that... There's something up here eventually. Rather annoying, though, that I have to just go back down. Shop? Oops. It's going to be double jump required. Hello. A fellow pilgrim, I've been praying alone here too long with only the wind's voice to join mine. We're so close. Our pilgrimage is almost over. Just one final brutal climb, The Citadel is near, pilgrim. You must have had some strength in you. Few of your fellows seem to reach these heights. Aye, the roads become lonelier the longer they're traveled and the higher we climb. It takes a lot of luck and a lot of faith to make it this far, though I'm sure I don't need to tell you that. While we rest for the journey ahead, care to test your luck with a game of dice? You know how to play, I trust. I'm trying to grasp the rules quickly enough. What is the wager? A bead of rosaries on each roll. What say you? Sound fair? Let our worries roll away with the dice. I lost 4. I lost 4 again. I'm pretty sure. Wouldn't be surprised if I lost 4 the first time too. I got 4. Oh, goody. Okay. Let's go back to Bellheart. Let's try and do the quest here. Can I do... I don't think I can, though. I need to go to the back to Shellwood and do it through that. Okay, so I need to go this way, and then... I guess let's do that, just so we get all the benches. Yeah, it's fine to go this way. It's a bit longer, but it'll be fine. Right, go through the bell tunnels. I forgot there's spikes there. Oh. They shall join, union upon your thread, a gift for your waking, a world strung to serve. Creature, your claws guide those cursed threads, but you are not their source. What role do you play in this vile affliction? She is here, the rare birthling, precious child of worm and weaver. Spawn of those who dared to flee, she has found her way home at last. How fine her shell and silk and cloth. For you, mother, let me claim her all for you. Ouch. Okay. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Oh, never mind, phase 2. Dang it. Okay. New needle in play. Ancient melody string so play ancient melodies by stringing silk along the needle. Silk will be expended. Strike enemies. What? Dang it. Oh, okay. That's what those doors open with. Oops. Uh-oh. Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to say short time because on the one hand, it is like, you know, short in the sense of like, oh, it's coming out in 2 weeks from when they like announced the release date. But we had, you know, if you take that Nintendo Direct that we got back in like March, where we'd been told it's coming out this year, which admittedly you can't put too much stock in by virtue of the fact that that's literally been done before. But the question would be like, if they want to announce a release date, like, if they'd wanted to do it earlier in the year, like in March, like they could have tried, and maybe they didn't want to because they're like, well, what if, you know, XYZ happens? And so the 2 weeks may have been more of a let's just make sure we're ready kind of thing. And Silksong's one of those games. So like indie games in general don't rely on marketing. So like often the long lead up for like bigger games is you announce the release and then you have this huge marketing push to like get the game's name out and like repel, so like people are like constantly thinking about it and preparing for it. Whereas Silksong didn't need it because fans of Hollow Knight have just been like basically sitting in a boiling pot, you know, just constantly heating it up for years now. Like, you know, it's still, you know, technically an indie title, so like they don't have a marketing department. There's no way they have a marketing department. I mean, it's marketing in games is I think marketing in general is one of those things that's like, how do you test that it on a fundamental level works? Because to do so, you would have to do an experiment where like you market and don't market in comparative, you know, games. And if it works, you have now like said, okay, I'm going to guarantee that one game is going to fail. And why would you want to do that? And if it doesn't work, it's like, oh, I've just committed tons of money to a game that I didn't need to, which is also stupid. So you're kind of hoping that you're just on the right side of the bet, and the easier way to do that is just, if you never do the test, you never have to make the bets. The same is largely true, actually, of political advertising. There, you know, was this kind of truism, and it's hard to know for sure, which I'll get into, but there is this sort of truism. It's like, oh, advertising is helpful, and like certain kinds of advertising are better than others. And political scientists are, of course, like vastly interested in those questions, but you can't actually test them unless you find a candidate willing to let you like run those tests. And if you let them run it and it turns out that you should have been running those ads, then you probably just lost yourself the race. And if you're running those ads and it turns out you were doing the right thing, well then guess what? You as an individual haven't learned anything. So why would you like take that risk? So that's the kind of fundamental issue. And of course, like there's so many things of like, well, you know, like you said, it's an indie game. Like it's beat out games that had like bigger marketing blitzes, and like that's true. Does that mean like if Silksong hadn't had like a huge marketing blitz, it would have done worse or not better? We don't know. We don't get to live in that universe or even observe it happening to make that comparison. We do know that it did really well, and it, as you said, it broke steam, and did it without a marketing blitz. But what that's fundamentally like telling us is the problem. The discipline. I mean, yeah, I'm gonna bet if we were to look at the credits, and actually I'm gonna quit to the main menu because like I'm about done. So I think we can pull the credits here. Options, extras, credits. What do the credits look like? Because Team Cherry's not a big studio. Um, and it's much easier to keep a tight lid on things the smaller your group is. Not that, you know, they probably had a good number of people working in like QA and stuff like that. Can I don't think I can. Yeah, I can only skip. They have a marketing guy. Because that's what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 testers plus 2 test leads. Yeah, that's a fairly small studio. So, like, it's not as hard to keep a lid on things. This is, hold on, we can look at languages. It would be audio. Extras? No. Where is it? Game. Language. Spanish, French, Italian, Japanese, Korean, Portuguese, Russian, Chinese or simplified Chinese, and then German. I know that Hollow Knight ultimately had a number of languages. I don't know if those were on release, but I wouldn't be surprised if they decided to. I mean, that's plausible. I'd have to talk to my friend who works in game dev and get his take on kind of how that actually works on like determining a release date, because I think, well, okay, Amelia, I'm thinking more. When I think more, I think through the lens of larger game studios, which do usually have to have things set in stone a fair while back, because you have so many people who have to like be coordinating things. So it may be the case that Silksong, you know, Team Cherry being smaller, is better able, it can have a smaller runway, but and that may be where my friend has less, because he's mostly worked for, you know, medium to larger studios, and so he may not have as much knowledge about smaller studios and their like how much runway they have. What about 2077? I It's possible. There's my phone. I know that with Hollow Knight, physical copies did not get made until way later. It was digital only at first. I wouldn't be surprised, though, if for Silksong they do have physical copies. No, there is not. Yeah, there are no physical copies right now. Let me go ahead and switch us over, because we're done for the night. I think I need to stop. Cyberpunk 2077 was delayed significantly when they released the game, and it seemed clear to me that they need more time. Yes, CDPR in particular is bad, but they are like a lot of other larger studios in that they can have trouble managing those projects, and often rely on crunch, which leads, both the bad management, which creates the crunch, and the crunch itself both help lead to kind of bad stuff. Like BioWare had those problems. I'm trying to think of like other major studios. I mean, even like your polished games, your Call of Duties and stuff can have like tons of QA issues, at least especially at launch. Ubisoft is atrocious with that nowadays. Crunch is absolutely very normal. There you can, if you search video games crunch, you will find just article after article. There's definitely been, like, in recent years, I would say, I think 5 to 15 has been more, at least like a better spotlight shown on it, but obviously it existed well before. I know there's some places that try to like actively avoid crunch, but those studios, to my knowledge, are few and far between. And BioWare, for instance, is one of the most notorious, because like they used to literally refer to crunch as like BioWare magic, of like, we've got a game going, and we may not know what to do, but like in like the home stretch we will figure it out. And of course people are like going through, I don't know if you ever played Red Dead Redemption 2. Rockstar was terrible with this as well, and like had a horrible culture from my recollection. Like the head writer was like bragging about working like a 60 or 80 hour work week. It's like very well known that the video game industry has tons of crunch. Part of the I distinctly recall this being bragging. The like the obvious problem is that it stems from, and I'm sure you know this, you've probably, because you work in tech, the tech world in general, not just video games, is notorious for having crunch. You've probably experienced crunch at some point in your career, even if your current job doesn't involve it. And crunch is generally the result of people at the top not having their shit together, and that like like having all these cascading effects down the line. And that's usually a problem in video game development too, is that you have like all of these like changing ideas about like, we want to take the game in this direction, and oh no, actually want to change this, or like they're really struggling for a long time, and you know, they've got a publisher breathing down their necks that they're trying to, or like someone was like, I want this game out by like this, you know, the end of X year, and if you don't have it ready, you're going to crunch until you do. Halo 2 had that issue where I can't remember what the guy goes on stage, gets a tattoo, I think like a year and a half before, to reveal like the release date for Halo 2 on stage at some big conference, like let's say E3. And of course they have to get it done. That's, you know what, that's good. But yeah, it's notorious, and it's a lot of things, and I mean, and you know, sometimes it can just be the result of like, oh god, we're running out of money, we need to have something that we can just push out the door. To my knowledge, it's not as common of occurrence as other just kinds of like direct mismanagements. But yeah, no, everything I've heard about it is like, god, it's I know, like when I was much younger, I went to go into game dev, and then I was like, oh, I gotta learn programming. I don't want to learn programming. I guess I'm not going into game dev. And everything I've heard about it, especially in the past like 4 or 5 years, is like, oh man, this, you know, again, it depends on the studio, because there are studios that try actively to prevent their employees from engaging in crunch, like try to limit the amount of overtime they can do, having better like project management stuff in place to prevent the kinds of things that lead to crunch. And so like those studios would probably be better to work with, but of course, because there's very few of them, and I think they tend to be the like, you know, smaller to mid-sized ones, you're kind of running into the problem of like, well, even if you want to go there, like it's a pretty, you know, small market you can work for. And if you, yes, no, they absolutely, because they, I mean, my recollection of what I heard about 2077 is that they had to go through like a bunch of iterations about like, what is this game going to fundamentally be, which is, you know, often how a lot of games like keep like starting over and then eventually needing to resort to crunch at the finish line, because if you don't have like a clear vision, or at least something to work with that you can build around, then you just kind of end up like, you try something for a while and then it doesn't seem quite right, so then you just like throw it away and you start over, and you just do that over and over until you just have to have something. Like Witcher 3 was notorious for being like, you know, playable, but like really not great until like 6 to 8 months in after its release. when they had gone through a lot of bugs. I played 2077 on release. My experience with that game, admittedly, because of bugs, was pretty poor. I had tons of other criticisms that were not related to bugs, related to the core gameplay. And so I was pretty underwhelmed by it just as a game. But definitely a lot of, a decent chunk of my frustrations was also of like just dealing with dumb bugs. Or like, stuff like things not having collision or environmental design, stuff like that. That was like, this is something that should have been caught, but it's a gigantic world, and they have only so many hours. So of course, yeah, that usually what people would say is like, do not play a CDPR game on release. Play it, half a year or a year out, because like that's when it will be in a like at least a good state. The reason I play on release, like, I was kind of interested. I was looking forward to it, and I had the time and money to be like, yeah, you know what? I'll just buy a new game and play on release. But like, it is what it's. It's a problem of a lot of things. Like one of the issues that like I think has been talked about relatively recently is like the need for unionization among game developers, which is, in the US especially, is like one of those like really tense subjects on kind of like both the employee side in many cases and the employer side. So there's been pushes, but not tons of adoption. Kind of like learning from best practices, because there's so many other issues about like auteurs and like their like creative control over games, and like the auteur theory of like good art and good games, that there's a lot of problems with how games are like talked about, where like there is a single like visionary at the helm that like guides everything, and that's the person that makes things good. And so as a consequence, like where those like kinds of things just kind of like get ignored, or like basically the people at the bottom basically are treated as like they just work to make that person's vision happen, and like they are fundamentally expendable. I'm not sure those are two different hands. Like, I think the fact that they historically haven't been represented by a union does not is not really an argument of why it shouldn't be unionized. Because at the end of the day, it is a position in which you are, it is fundamentally the same kind of position as any kind of unionized work. You are an employee, you have an employer, the employer has a power imbalance over you. And that is the situation in which unions are valuable, is like reconfiguring that power imbalance. And so if certain kinds of jobs have not generally been represented by unions, that's basically a historical problem. That is, probably a reason why we probably should be thinking about unionization, and like extending it and bring it to more kinds of jobs. Because to the second point, if you're an employee, there is a good chance you are or could be taken advantage of. And that's why unions exist. I mean, it's one of those things, because again, it's the same thing with like the video game industry. Is there are a lot of video game designers or developers, employees who do not want to unionize because of those same ideas. And it is, we can call it like, it probably is to some extent propaganda, but part of it's also just that like, what a union like exists for is, what's the way to put it? I think a better way to put it, think of it as like, it's short-term versus long-term stuff. Like, the short-term thing is always like, oh yeah, like things are working well right now, and I've got a good job, and I've got these people talking to me about like spending, joining a union, which means paying union dues, and which means like if in order for it to really work well, I have to like spend my time and pay attention to stuff, and like, why would I want to do that? The long-term benefit, of course, is like, making sure that if something bad happens, you have a like institution supporting you, that can provide you with like a cushion, or like help you with bargaining or whatever it may be. And those are, valuable, but kind of more nebulous, and like, off in the far future kind of thing. And so it's harder to really conceptualize like, why would I want to join a union? Even though like, people should join unions. People should join unions, and they should pay attention to what's going on in the union. Because a union, the whole like idea we have of unions is like, oh yeah, it's just a bunch of like union reps doing like weird stuff that like doesn't help like me, the paying dues member. And the reason it doesn't work, it feels that way, is that the people who are in the union are desperately trying to push as much of the work of the union onto other people. And so those other people either then are like, bad actors, or even if they're acting in good faith, they're still disconnected from the people who are your sort of rank and file, because the rank and file doesn't participate. And so like, and that's any group kind of needs that. It's because it's fundamentally political. If you don't participate, if you don't speak up, if you don't agitate, you will guarantee that nothing gets done. It's a very much a squeaky wheel gets the grease kind of thing. And so let this be the message we end on. Join your union if you have one. If you don't, agitate for a union. And if you do have a union, you're in it, you should be paying attention to it. You should be like looking at elections. You should be join the go to meetings, whatever it may be. And with that, going for nearly 5 hours. I was anticipating I'd be going longer than normal, but I need to make sure that I I can't be up too much longer. I need to wake up in the morning because I'm going to be hanging out with my friends uh, uh, to do like Warhammer miniature stuff. So I make sure I'm up in time for that. So I'll be back tomorrow night with more Silksong. And like I said, I will be streaming every night until we get through the game. So looking forward to it. And I will see everybody around. Omaha, thanks for hanging out with me. Will, thanks for coming out. Luvit, and I think there was somebody else. Nausium, thanks for coming by. And if there's anybody else who is lurking, you are always appreciated, whether you chat or not. So I hope people have a good rest of their evening. I hope I see people tomorrow. And if I don't, have a good rest of your weekend. So long, everyone.